Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. How is everyone? What the hell is going on here? Jeez, how much were you guys talking? Mo. Right. Did I miss anything important? Hopefully not.
There was no wick in that previous 15 candle. I got stopped out on that there. I would have actually tried for another long. Good call on that last 15 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, the 15 here was good. You had the down wick, the flip, and pushed up. Mr. Y, I don't know if any of the rest of you were here, right? Mr. Y, you can hear me. He used to be here when I traded the 15. Right? Way back in the beginning, I traded 15-minute closes. However, I stopped doing that because what I found, not saying that I don't win 15-minute closes, but what I found is a big percentage of my losses were during the 15. So let's say my win rate was, you know, let's just say 85%. I'm just pulling numbers out of my hat here. Okay, so it's 85%. However, on the 15, my win rate was more like 60%. And everybody will say, well, then why did you pull off the 15 when it's still profitable? Well, because for me, I'd rather pull those off and just not deal with them trades. You know what I mean? Because where are you 50-50 at? So for me, I just dropped all the 15 trades. Obviously, those aren't added in the, you know, into my trading. But with that, I got rid of a majority of my losses. And when I say things like, people say, oh, well, I'm break even, or I'm just about break even, or I'm just making a little bit of money. The first thing you'll hear me say to everybody, anytime they tell me that, is go through and look at where you acquire most of your losses at, right? Figure out a place that you can cut to, and I use the word all the time, you know, these two words, limit losses. That's always what I say, and that's exactly what I did. And the 15-minute, me pulling out the 15-minute limited losses for me. So does it give you more opportunities to trade? Yes. Does it give you more losses? For me, it did, yes. So I mean, it's just all in how you want to trade it. So I don't trade the 15 anymore. However, if you look at it, essentially, this was a good 15-minute setup. Other than the fact, and you could have got a little gripey about the top wick on previous 15, but with exception of that, the 15 was a good setup on that last candle for your flipping entry. Hopefully that makes sense. We have no bottom wick on anything currently. So what are our thoughts here? She's probably going to flip at some point in time, and this is a hard one to trade. With no bottom wick, you couldn't necessarily take the flip here to trade it up because you never got a bottom wick. We anticipate that the bottom wick will come down. Will it for sure? You know, maybe not. And what are you going to do with it? You didn't have a wickless candle here, right? So we closed above with no wickless candle. You expect the wick to be recovered, which she has, and now, you know, here's the spot that we were looking at this morning. Anybody who saw me draw it up, and I know you weren't here, Paul, my thought process was we were going to rip the lows, not to this extent, just so we're clear. When I drew it up, I drew more something like this, and my whole thought process was we were going to either rip the lows, and I was looking more something like this, rip the lows, and then come up and rip the highs and back down, or the other way, right? Oops, that's not what I was trying to do there. The other way, come up, you know, rip the highs, and then come down and rip the lows. So that's kind of what my thought process was this morning, because we had wicks both ways, right? We needed a wick here for these two wickless candles, and we need a wick here for this wickless candle. The only thing that I will tell you, I did not anticipate this move. So when everybody was saying, what was I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing? People kept asking what I was doing. I was going through all the thought processes that I have in my head, and what possibly was this move. You know, what possibly could be the follow-up to that move. So when you saw me dropping down, even looking at the 15, even looking at the 5, these are just me running through my head as to what we can take advantage of after that move. So that's what you saw me, the vertical line. One person asked about, that is just a measurement. I was measuring from the high to the low here. As for a retrace move, A, B, C, D, I know a lot of you don't, know that or understand that, but that was all I was doing there. Nothing that means anything, guys. I was just sitting here drawing on my chart, trying to make sense of that drop with no news, and trying to make sense of what the next possible move was going to be. So that's all it was. Nothing crazy. I don't know, mate. I would not call gold a puppy. It's a bit aggressive. So close to 1,000 subs. Yeah. Next. Almost. We're getting there. We'll get there. Takes time. Pulling out the alphabet. Yeah. It was just it's just one of those things, and we're right back up in range. So all this was a push down, however anybody wants to look at it, right? Liquidity grab, whatever you want to say. We were putting a wick on here. I just didn't expect this to be such an aggressive move down. But it is what it is. Now we pulled back up into range, exactly where we started this morning. Essentially, this is where we were trading this morning. Right here when we came to the charts. Right? We were trading this area right here. And then this big candle came down, pushed through. And then that 15 would have been the trade, honestly. Paul took it. I said that you get a down wick and a flip on the 15. That would be your entry, because he was looking for something. He was getting, FOMO, he said. So I was giving him a possible entry there. Worked out well. People today, hey, Clipcho, yeah. We get tons of people every day now, which is good. Very nice, very nice. Nope, no news today. Yeah, nothing red. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, candle, no bottom wick, just open, yeah. Because the 1 hour and the 30 have no bottom wick, so the 4 hour, if you're 4 hour just open because you're on spot, then you're not going to have one either. Futures, the 4 hour still running. Not ready yet to open. I mean, you gotta anticipate. I mean, if it's the 4 hour for you, hour here, we still got another 42 minutes. Still anticipating the same thing. We're going to see a bottom wick here. Problem is what to do with it. There's just because you're going to get a bottom wick doesn't mean nothing. Not currently, right? I mean, let's see what you. Yep. Yeah. So you're going to get a 4 hour bottom wick. We're going to get a 30 and an hour bottom wick, I believe, as well. I'm not anticipating that bottom wick's going to actually be a drive down. Not unless we come all the way up here first. Now, if we come up here and we put a wick on this candle, I may reconsider that. Right? I was looking earlier, and on the hour, okay, we're on the hour. There's doji right here. I like that doji right there. So I like this area a lot. Right? That's going to be your wick recovery. That's probably the 0.5 of that fair value gap there too. For that vector, right? Yeah. It's going to be both, right? I know you guys don't, that doesn't make any sense to you, but all these things are the same, guys. I know everybody thinks there's something different, but they're all the same thing. See, it's the same, guys. The same thing. It's always going to be. Whoops, I didn't get the wick of that candle. That's why it didn't show there. You see, a little bit further actually. All right, there maybe. Yeah, perfect wick. So the 0.5 is exactly the same. People don't get any of those things, you know. TPO, all this stuff's the same thing. And if you look at it, right, and here's where people get so confused, because everybody likes to say, okay, so it's a vector candle, right, or it's a fair value gap, or it's a single print, and they like to put all these terms on it. But at the okay, here, let's do this. I'm going to show you something to simplify the things that everybody looks at all the time, right? Let's just run this real quick. Just for fun. We're not doing nothing right now, so just 1 second to prove a point. gap, right? Okay. Pull this gap across. Nothing more to it than that. That's just your gap, right? Now, what do you see, guys, on this gap? Let's even make it green so that you guys can make more sense of it. Maybe even white. What do you see here? This gap. It's always going to be the same. Everybody thinks that fair value gaps are fair value gaps. You know, vector candles are vector candles, all these things, right? Let's go down lower. Maybe you guys will make more sense of it lower. Do you see? See what you're looking at? This gap is nothing more than structure, guys. It always is. All these things are nothing more than structure. Everything out there is just structure. That's it. Right? That's all any of this stuff is. Everybody thinks that a fair value gap is something, you know, some big new phenomena. No, it's just structure. Look, came up, came back down, retested, fell back through the structure. That's what gives you the fair value gap. And I mean, for you guys that want to say, you know, IMS or whatever everybody wants to trade, right? You're still looking at the same thing. Get your IMS the way down. Well, what was that? What's the nose of the IM? That's just structure. That's all it is, guys. It's just, I mean, you can look at it a different way. You can say, okay, well, this is a range. And I look at it on smaller time frames only because it seems like a lot of you guys have a hard time seeing the same thing on the higher time frames. That's just a range. So it's just structure at the end of the day. This gap was created by structure being broke. Vector candles are created by structure being broke. That's it, right? It's not some crazy thing. Everybody says, oh, well, you've got to trade fair value gaps, or you've got to trade single prints, or you got to trade vectors. Well, what's the difference at all, right? It's all the same thing. At the end of the day, it's just structure. It's just each level of your range, just like it's always going to be. And why does it do this, right? Let's look at these levels again, just as we talk about all the time, right? Here's levels of your apartment complex, or however you want to look at it, levels of your building, you know. So what is the candle going to look like? If we come up and we're trading, and I like to call these ranges, you can call them levels, you can call them whatever you want, and you're trading like this, and I know people are writing, I'm not looking, I'll be honest with you, so I'll answer here in a minute. So what is it going to take to break out of here? Well, it's going to take volume, right? And when you break this floor, think this ceiling, into the next level, right? When you break this, that's where you got your vector candle, right? Or your fair value gap. That's when you get price action that looks something like this, right? So what is this? What is this right here? This is your inefficiency, as they like to call it. This is your fair value gap. This is your vector candle. That's what's going to create, because volume comes in to break and push away. That's why you get these things. But at the end of the day, it's just structure, guys. It's the exact same thing. So when you say things like, okay, well, once it comes back down and it tests this fair value gap, then it's going to go back up. Well, obviously, look, it's structure. It's got nothing to do with the fair value gap, guys. It's got nothing to do with the vector candle. It's got to do with structure was there. That's it. At the end of the day, it's only structure. Once you start looking at it like that, none of this other crap even matters. Fair value gaps don't mean nothing. Inefficiencies don't mean nothing. It's just the structure and how it moves. And now you're looking at the actual candles instead, right? Jorge, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? Fair value gaps are magical unicorns for it. I mean, the thing is, fair value, there's nothing wrong with fair value gap, but at the end of the day, all it is structure. Now, why then, right? If this is your fair value gap, why then am I looking for a trade to, let's take that off there, a trade to short back into these longs? Why? Because also, this is what you're looking at, and this is why I say everybody trades the exact same thing. So what is this now? This is demand, right? Bullish order block demand down into your fair value gap. What am I looking for? Stop losses below. Real simple. Why? Because there's going to be tons of traders who get involved once this happens. So you're going to have tons of stop losses below because every system says to trade this. Now you're at support, you're at demand, you're at your fair value block close, you're at your bullish order block. Everything says go up. So when we see it come up like this, not do much of nothing, you get your, you know, bottom wick in where everybody longed, you get your next candle, you get your top wick up, you know, in order to make them feel all warm and fuzzy inside, and then you get the lows broke. We trade it, right? All right, let's go on here. Market's moving. No bottom wick. And somebody told me I could do all this by just clicking something and taking it all away, and I've yet to remember. Be upset and say, man, you never do it. All right. Hopefully that makes sense to everyone. Just another one of those things to show that everything really is the same, whether you run an order flow or your single prints, TPO charts, things of that nature, whether you're running SMC, ICT, same thing, whether you're running fair value gaps, whether you're running the hybrid system, you know, vector candles, all these things, they're all a means for you to semi-understand what it is that you're looking at. But at the end of the day, once you figure it all out, right, it's just structure. That's it. And I mean, we can look at this as the exact same thing. It came down, broke the level right here. Well, what did you see left behind? Your fair value gap, right? And then this is the perfect example of how the price moves. When we looked at this, why did we think that price was going to push up here? The same exact thing. You've got the fair value gap right here. And of course, this will be one that they don't show you because it didn't work. But what is that right there? You know, that's your gap. So what are they looking for? And that's your recovery, your vector candle as well. It recovered the vector candle to a T. So if you look at this vector candle was recovered. So here's what everybody's looking for. Here's the body of the candle. That is your recovery. So they expect once you get there, recover this vector candle, because that's what this would be. These would be the recoveries of them, right? And your gap is here. So you come up and then the shorts come in, right? So why do we not see follow through with the movement down? It just pushed up too fast. A lot of it's going to be, sadly, why you didn't get a bottom wick here, weekly open. There's all kinds of people who just long above weekly open. If Ace is here, Ace, where's your VWAP at? He's going to say that hour closed VWAP, which was the next reason that people longed back up. Ace, tell me you're here. He may not be here. Maybe not. I feel like New York open 30 minutes, there will be a drop. Could be. Where's the fair value gap again? Right here. That was the fair value gap. Austin Voids actually was right here because it's 3 candles. So honestly, it's right there. But you got another gap that you could call here. So sometimes they double it. See what I'm saying? Because your next 3 candle setup also presented a gap. So it's all in how you look at it. But that was your first fair value gap. This was your second. So you expect to come up. If there's 2 like that, normally they'll run shorts off the top. Not so much the first one. Right? Fair value gap is a setup too for ICT traders. Yeah. Failure, yeah. Good morning, Aiken.
You're
so
right.
Which am I right about VWAP? Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. And that's the reason for the push up. So yeah, this is why we didn't get the bottom wick, because SMC traders, ICT traders, they trade this down, and level traders, hybrid traders, everybody was trying to short this down. So you see this little wick come in. However, all your traders that are level trading, you know, weekly open, VWAP, and you got to pay attention to that stuff, right? You got to understand where that stuff is. They're coming in long here. So as they come in long, you're not going to get that. There wasn't enough sellers to push it down to get the bottom wick for this run up. They came in long and just pushed the price away from them, right? Which candle do you always use for this method, or does it not matter? Are you talking about what is a fair value gap? Lost and void, is that what you're asking me? I can show you what a fair value gap is real quick if that's what you're asking me. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're asking me. Yes, okay. This is a fair value gap. I don't know if you know what a vector candle is, but essentially it's the same thing. Okay, so here's a fair value gap. We're just going to leave the candles, we're just going to leave the candles gray. I'm sure it doesn't matter to you guys either way, whether these are bearish or bullish candles. It makes absolutely no difference. The next candle comes in and we'll put a wick on this candle. And you get a candle like this. Wick. A wick on this candle. And then let's say your next candle comes up. Okay. And we'll put a wick on this candle as well. See my yellow lines in the way. Don't mind that line. It's a 3-candle setup. Always a 3-candle setup. Let's say that is your move. This now is your fair value gap. So it's 3-candle setup. Wick to wick with a body in the beginning, in the middle. So it's these wicks not touching each other is your fair value gap, right? And it's same on any 3-candle setup. So right here, fair value gap. Right here, essentially fair value gap, right? Makes sense? Yeah. So nothing too complicated. And again, what is this candle right here? Why did this happen? And the reason that this happened, right, is because we pushed through a level. This is going to be a vector candle. So if you go put on your Trader's Reality or tactical analysis, the devs indicate anything that has volume candles, right? And people say, oh, well, you can't see volume in a candle. Well, then why is there such thing as a vector candle if you can't see volume in a candle? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And even talking more so going into the tick chart, we'll get into that in a minute. But anyway, your volume candle comes in, and that volume candle essentially is what creates the gap because it pushes away quickly. So what is it actually, you know, in terms of your low time frame, right? If you're thinking loss and void, so here's what it looks like. Here's your range, right? Like we just showed, level to level. You're always doing this, and what people expect is that you're going to push down, push back up, and come back, right? So that's your typical move down, right? So what is a fair value gap? That's when this essentially doesn't happen. So now you make this move down like this. Vector candle is going to be the exact same thing. You bottom into the next range and never grab a retest is essentially all it is, right? So what are you looking for? Well, you're looking for that retest back up for structure. That's it. At the end of the day, that's essentially all it is. And again, now you've created one here on your move up. Why? Because you never tested that area. So they call them single prints in order flow world. They call them fair value gaps, ICT, SMC, and they call them, vector candles in, the hybrid system. If you follow Tino, any of that, and the hybrid of the hybrid, obviously you guys all know that. That's even goes more in depth, but either way, so yeah, that's how it works. Yep, got it. So it's the low volume pockets. Well, it's going to be your high volume, kind of, because it's volume that comes in. See, and volume's a whole different thing too. I mean, and here's what people don't get, and everybody always wants to say, well, you can't see volume unless you put an oscillator on your chart. You can't see volume unless you're looking at order flow. You can't see volume. You can't, everybody wants to argue all these things, guys, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. I can sit here and look at a candle and know exactly where the volume is, right? Can everybody do that? No, I'm not going to say that everybody can, right? Not going to say that. However, when volume comes in. You don't need any of these things to see it. And if you're using them now to see it, by all means, I am not saying at all to change that. By no means. I'm just saying you don't have to have it. When guys come on the stream and they say, well, you have to look, here's what would make your trading better. You need to turn on this oscillator. You need to use this volume. Guys, that makes no sense. You don't have to do any of these things. You don't have to have the indicators. Anybody that's going to come in here and tell me I have to have an indicator just don't make no dang sense to me, because you don't. You can see it all in this candle building. And then if you want to go a step further, right, we got our tick chart here. Real simple. You know, these big candles mean what? Means we had high buy volume in the last 800 ticks. Came back down, tested the 0.5 of the candle, gave you a wick to break the lows, makes a range, bangs back up. That's it. You're always going to see this. The 800 tick easily shows volume because that's actually orders. So why in the world would you need any kind of volume to prove these things? Right? It makes no freaking sense. Be careful with the flip up. It's going to go back down. Anyway, hopefully that makes sense. So that's why I like the 800 tick. It's always going to show your orders. You can see it anyway. Time is it? 9:30. All right. Does that make sense, guys? Hopefully. I feel like I just blabbered on there. Lost a whole bunch of viewers. They love it when I start saying that ICT, SMC, and everything is exactly the same. But it is. If you can't see that, go mark the stuff out on a chart. You know, don't be so caught up in yourself or a system that you just say, well, that's just not how it is, because nobody can explain that. That's the funny thing. When I say, okay, so why isn't it? Why is this way? Why is it that you believe this? And they have no answers. Well, that's just what they say. Well, great. Don't just listen to what they say. Oh, guys, make sure you know what it is you're thinking. Make sure you know what it is makes all this stuff up, right? Not just because somebody said that. It's crazy. Up to the 0.5. All right. Nothing wrong with that. Could see a reaction here to a degree. Don't know how much. See, we've got no top wick on this candle, so I'm definitely not I'm not impressed right now with a move up for sure. That's why I said, somebody said the flip of this candle. I would not take the long. Can it go up? Yeah, absolutely. Right. But we filled the wick on this candle. Again, we got nothing here. I'm still thinking I like the short setup here. Just saying. We came up to about the 0.5, the fair value gap, like we were just talking about. This vector candle right here. No top wick on this candle. I wish it would have gave a straight wick up and then just flipped. My entry would have been right here had that happen. However, it did not. So this isn't the perfect setup for me. So I'm going to pass, but need to register for poker. All right, Mr. Y. See you in a bit. So that would have been my entry. I would like to move up, tap the box here, flip this candle, and push down. Now you're looking at, you know, having to break the low to evolve essentially, and I'm not a fan of that. Stop loss would be too big. This would be entry right there, and your stop loss would be just above, had it not put a bottom wick on. Candle just didn't build the way I preferred it to. Do I still expect it to move down? I mean, good. But now we've got to re-break the lows to actually see that. This flip's not going to be the move down. It's a tough spot. It already came down and tested this right here. So we've already came down and tested it. For me, I just want a better setup than that. Do I still expect it to go? Yeah, we'll see. You'll see it right here. If it breaks this low, that'll be your push down to put a wick on this candle and tap weekly open again. And that was the ideal setup to trade short there. It's just, I wanted to put straight wick up, no bottom wick. Why? Because I want everything handed to me on a silver platter. I'm picky. If you guys hadn't figured that out yet. And if anybody did take it, I know a lot of you do, make sure you manage it as aggressive as the entry you took. You'll probably get a little bump around here, right? But it should push back down. Man, Bear Bull, if you're out there and just traded my box, very good, because you're killing it right now. You take them risks like that. You should be up greatly by this point. He's good at that. 62. Tacos will always be exception. I don't know if Man Bear Bull's out there or not, but normally he likes to trade those boxes when I draw them out. So if he just took the box, he's doing absolutely marvelous at this point. A little scalp there, quick in and out. Beautiful initiation. Very nice, man. Very nice. Why the doji out of all the candles? I trade the shit out of boxes. Yeah, for sure, initiating. Great job, man. Good job, good job. Why that doji out of all the candles? The doji is where everybody was, where everybody is. This area right here is your range, essentially, right? This was your prior range where we actually stopped for the move back up. So you're going to see a stop again. It's just how the market moves. You know, when you talk about levels, that's just where the stop is. They're all looking at structure. So they're wanting to see this area right here hit, right? All the traders. But that's not always what's going to play out for them. And that's the whole point. They want to see that, and that's the fill of this, you know, fair value gap here. They want to see this area right here. So they're expecting to move up there to recover these vectors, to recover the fair value gap. A lot of people trade long into these things, right? Into that liquidity recovery, as they like to call it, into single prints. That's how JJ trades it. JJ trades the single prints into them. Right? Yes, initiate. Very good, very one. Oh, you grabbed 15 too. Very nice. Very nice, guys. I didn't even I was worried, Paul, that you were off somewhere else. I'll be honest with you, so I didn't figure you caught it. Hoping for the perfect entry.
Dogs in real life and he's coming and going.
Yep. Getting better at spotting the setups for sure. Absolutely, Nishian. Very, very, very beautiful, man. I love to hear that. Hey, PD. Good morning, man. 23. You got 23 too. Beautiful, Dennis. Love to hear everybody's winning. Doc, you guys win. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. What other channels doing that? Huh? I talk, you guys win. Beautiful. See if we can put a wick on this candle, though. And then we will see what to do from there. Could come down and put a wick on this candle, this wickless candle right here. And that'll be top and bottom, which is, you know, if you guys look at like candle bar patterns per se, or things of that nature. I know Manpower was running the strat. I think he's still using that. This will be what you call an outside bar, and there's a reason for that. And they look at it as, oh, well, that was an outside bar. But the reason is there's no wicks on the candle. That's why you did an outside bar, right? Did you miss the trick? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you missed. Lost some wood. Sorry, man. No worries. It was just what we were going over with the recovery here and this box that I put on earlier and all that good stuff. You kind of were part of it. Can't say that one. Yeah. Awesome. Good job, Club Joe. Very good, very good, very good. So that's essentially the reason behind the outside bar, you know. And it's funny because what people will do, right, is they'll talk about, you know, these different strategies, or these just different candlestick patterns, or these different chart patterns, or, you know, order blocks or supply zones, or any of these things, right? But they have no reasoning as to why, like why this happens. Why did this happen? Why does this print on the chart? And those are the things you got to ask yourself, guys. Why does this happen the way it is? The YouTube stream. There you go. Nice, nice, nice. That was that original a quick flip on the 15. Got no bottom wick on the 15, so. And here's what you're looking at. Same thing, right? No bottom wick on the 15. So what are you expecting? This candle to push down, make a bottom wick, and then this candle to flip back up, which is exactly what we were talking about to fulfill, if you will, this move. Does that necessarily mean it's going to go up? You know, you've got to see this close first to figure that out, but we expect to put a wick on here. Complete this candle, which makes the outside bar, as we were just talking about, right? Hopefully that makes sense. So, like, Man Bear Bull's not here. I can tell because he didn't talk, but Man Bear Bull would have traded this. He would have ran this short right here out of this box all the way down to weekly open. That would have been his target on it, right? Who's still in it? Yeah, ground people should be, because you should have ran all the way down to weekly open. But it's all in how you manage your trade. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, guys. Absolutely nothing. If you're getting in and out quick now, and, you know, it is what it is. You get more confident as you watch them run more, and you kind of understand how it moves. That's the whole thing. It's very, very, very beautiful. Like I said, what are you trying to do? All you're trying to do is make consistent profits. That's it. It don't matter how big, guys. You know how easy this is, this game, now that there's funding companies? Think about this for a minute. Let's say you only made 13 ticks, right? Let's say you only made 10, Paul. Let's say we made 10 ticks. Let's say you only made 10 ticks. Now think about this for a minute, right? You make 10 ticks on a mini, right? So you made $100. Now, you take that and you get 10 accounts, and now you made 1,000. That's all you need. Who cares? What you don't... There's no reason for everybody to sit here and say, oh, I wish I woulda. It's only about consistent profit, guys. It's not about how long we hold these things for anyway. Who cares? Scalp 10 ticks. What does it matter? If it goes another 100, who cares? If you catch it, great. If you don't, great. You know what I mean? All these people that sit here and say, oh, you got to get this, or you got to get this, or you should hold the trade this, or you should hold the trade that you hear, you know, yapping on YouTube all the dang time. For what? For what? Compound. That's what this game's about. If you can consistently grab 10 ticks anywhere, just compound it. You don't have to grab 50 ticks because some stupid YouTuber tells you so. If you want to grab 50 ticks, go for it. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm saying if you don't want to grab 50 ticks because you feel comfortable grabbing 10, just compound it, guys. Who gives a shit if you just grab 10 ticks? What does it matter? You do you. It's dumb. Don't let anybody try to tell you that it needs to be done some way different. Only about consistency, that's it. And I don't care what that consistency is. You can make $1. If you can make $1 consistently right now, then you can take that, compound it, make $10. Compound that, make $100, $1,000. Sky's the limit, guys. These funding companies make it way too easy. Right? Could we possibly trade down off the weekly open reality? I see longs may come in, but they're still in the box. Good. A little tough. She's going back and forth. Let's see what it looks like. Initiation. It's kind of tough here. I mean, this is a pretty decent candle down already. This is always the problem that you have. You get these big moves, and I love the big moves, don't get me wrong. But when you get these big moves, then people will try to grab it straight off the big move. Let's wait and see how this closes. We're on the 30. Let's see how this closes, but I mean, if it closes below with a decent sized wick, maybe. You'd like to have a pretty decent wick, and the problem is you're running right into, yeah, I mean, they could come long there. Let's wait for this close. 3. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad wick. 23, 26. Should come down to this gap. They should come in long. Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking away. You probably can't hear me. Oh wait, we're approaching one of those. Yeah, the fair value gaps is that is what you want to trade against, though. There's nothing wrong with that. Is there a copy trader that copies different prop firms? I have 5 accounts, 2 PAs, 3 different prop firms. Not a question for me, PD. And the reason that I say that is because the only thing I know is NinjaTrader, and NinjaTrader, you can't do it that way, right? On NinjaTrader, you have to open each company. However, you can have plenty of accounts with each company. So that's another way to do it, PD, right? You can say, okay, well, I've got 10 accounts with one company, and you open your NinjaTrader, you copy across those 10 accounts, and then you go to your next connection. You just disconnect with that account and go to your next connection, and now you can use the same copy trader. You don't have to buy another one because it's just for NinjaTrader, the Flowbots copy trader, right? And then you can copy trade across that whole company. So that's the way to do it. Trying to read everything here, guys. Okay, you guys are just talking about Forex companies. For all you that took that trade out of the box, beautiful guys. Very nice. We'll see what else we can see here. Quicker moves coming. I mean, this is essentially the pattern that I drew out for silent TA this morning. The problem is I didn't expect this big of a move here. So essentially I drew it out, but I drew it out something like this. I think I actually did it this way, honestly. But I drew it out something like this to where it would come down here and then come up, break the highs, and then come back down. But this move was extremely aggressive. I didn't expect this. So, can't say I did, but I did expect them to run both sides. That I expected. I just didn't expect it was going to be that aggressive of a move. Nah, I wish I held. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, Dennis, right? Your rule is, if it breaks the 21 on your chart, you close. All right, so the biggest problem with this, like, Dennis, you know poker, so I can talk poker with you. It's just like playing poker, right? If your rule is you don't play, 7-2 offsuit, and yet you folded, and here comes the flop, and it comes 7-7-2, that doesn't mean that you should have played 7-2 offsuit. And that's the same thing in this market. If your rule is 21 EMA, you're done. Don't hold it. Because if that's your rule, it's your rule for a reason. Right? So, therefore, what will happen is sometimes when it breaks the 21, it may run like this. But most times when it breaks the 21 from your rule set, it's not going to. So that's not consistently profitable, right? And that's all you have to accomplish. Once you guys figure out that's all you have to accomplish, it's freaking easy. There's nothing more to it than that. All you have to do is be consistent. That's it. Don't matter how big the win. Just little. Just anything. Just consistent. You see it's Lady Gaga and I can't read her poker face. Like I said, it doesn't matter that it ran. It doesn't matter. If that's your rule, you always stick to it. If you're going to be consistently profitable doing that every single time, then do it every single time. It doesn't matter if it ran or didn't run. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. I used to have a, I don't even remember. I don't remember. I used to have a rule of something when I was in a trade. I don't remember what it was. And I mean, I don't look at it exactly the same. This was back when, but on the 800 tick chart, if something happened, I would exit a trade rather than staying with it. And I found more times than not that when that happened, it would go against me after the fact. So that's where I got consistent at, right? Have to go help my parents with some work at home. See you tomorrow. Have a nice trading day. Very nice, Lebonsky. Have a great day, man. I will see you tomorrow. Appreciate you showing up. Quick cool trade today. Me, I won't look for another setup. Gotta go right, Bachelor. Nice, Club Show. Have a good one, man. Appreciate you showing up. Currently short, but I'm scalping. I'm 43 ticks in on this. Nice. Lost some boys. Good, very good. Have a nice day too, Club Show. I preach it. Yo, you guys after 11 a.m. What are you preaching? Oh, hold on. Remember what I told you guys. Stop trying to make everything a runner. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and if you're pulling your stop loss into profit, right, and you're not unhappy with what you're giving back, then by all means, manage your trade that way and let the runners run. But if you're just going to give everything back because you think that it's always going to move like this, you're going to give everything back a fair amount of the time. That's where the problem comes in at.
1 hour open.
Beautiful. What do we got? Spots, what we got? Get a move back up. I wish we would have had a better bottom wick there. So that's, you guys understand what I'm saying. You're better off pay yourself. You know, Tino always says it, pay yourself.
Yeah.
Make sure that you are always taking your profits, guys, because you're going to be consistently unprofitable if you're so worried that we need to, we're going to short right here. Let's just say for fun, we're going to short right where we shorted at, but we want it to hit previous day low. Well, great. Will it get there? Maybe. But you're not going to be consistently profitable aiming for that every time you trade it. Will it make it today? Yeah, very well could. No lie. Maybe even further. However, today is not tomorrow, and tomorrow's not the next day. It's a new day every day, and you've got a new trade set up every single day, and you have to pay attention to what that's going to be, rather than saying, "But look, we got a 150 tick candle today. Well, that's great. Tomorrow it may be a 50 tick candle, and you didn't secure it because you were waiting for the 150 ticks. You know, it doesn't make any sense, guys." What's a good TP strategy? Yeah, I mean, are you asking about how I TP loss and voids? Because I mean, I can tell you how I TP. For me, my TP is going to be the wick on the previous candle, you know, unless the wick's too big, or structure would be where your TP would be on this one for your TP1. Normally my TP1 is going to be generally somewhere around 20 ticks. Not going to lie. And some people just go ahead and set it at 20. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. What do you accomplish by setting your TP at 20? You get $200 and you put your stop loss 1 tick into profit, right? So now you got $200, and if you get stopped out 1 tick in profit, your fees are covered. So you profited $200 on the trade. You're done. You don't have to worry about it past that. Once the trade continues to move, I will drag the stop loss into profit and chase the price. If we get to areas like this, where weekly open, you know, people might try to bang the price back up, you might drag your stop loss a little closer, right? Just to secure as much of it as you can. You break through it, then you wait and you drag your stop loss as it goes down. So that second contract, for me, I trade 2 contracts, right? That second contract for me is essentially always a runner. And how far will it go? Well, all depends on how far price goes. And you have to kind of deal with what you prefer to give back. That's very personal, right? Because some people don't mind giving back, you know, 30 ticks. Some people, 20 ticks is plenty enough. Some people it's only 10. So that's something you have to feel good with. If you don't mind risking 50 ticks to gain, you know, 1,000, then by all means. I won't. That's not something that I do. I feel like that 50 ticks is 50 ticks in my pocket. That's $500 in my pocket that instead of securing, pissed it away. Because people like to say, well, if you're only risking 50 to make 1,000, then, you know, that's a good deal. But the problem is, how many times do you make the 1,000 or the 100? I mean, I shouldn't say 1,000. How many times you make the 100, and how many times you get the 50 taken? So, because that's where consistency comes in at again. If you're risking 50 to take the 100, you're always, you know, and you get stopped out with 50 so many times, you're actually not making, you know, your money on your second contract. Now, again, some people don't care. You've already secured 200. So if you're fine by that, you've secured the 200 and you're willing to go 500 into profit and give it back, by all means. That doesn't set well with me, but a lot of people it does. So that's really personal as to how you want to do it. But I prefer to just go, you know, level to level as I know that longs will start coming in. So like weekly open, which is still going to be your supply zone, or I mean your demand zone here. Supply now because demand flipped supply, right? But that's going to be where a lot of people were longing at. So I would have pulled tight there, and then once it broke through, and a lot depends on how it breaks through too. When the stops hit and you get this quick push down, a lot of times I'll try to grab a fair share of the quick push, because after it hits the stops, you'll see that candle, you know, bounce down really quick. And normally what it'll do is hit the stops and then come back up. And I'm not willing to risk that come back up. I'm going to let it go down. You know what I mean? I'm going to just let it stop out in profit and roll on. So I can use some top step X for a while. So oh yeah, the ATM's super easy. Can you see that on my thing? I can show you if you can see it. I don't know. The way you have to share Ninja Traders are very odd on here. No, you can't see it. Because you have to, when you share the screen, it shares the side there. So anyway, yeah, if you need help with it, you just push edit over there where your ATM strategy is. Lost and voids, and just put it however you want it. But what I do is I always just TP. I think my TP set at like 17, 20, something like that on some of them. Some of them are at 20. And a lot of times I'll just let that run. So you hit first TP, you get $200. You go one tick into profit. You're secured, so it's profit. And now you just let it run from there. That's how I do it. Obviously, you can make more money by holding your contracts longer if that's what you prefer to do. That's just not what I prefer to do. So TP hit plus 37. Beautiful, Aiken. Take your profits. Yeah, exactly. And you should. You should take your profits, guys. I've seen, and there's people come in and say, oh, well, why didn't you hold this longer? And people try to say all these things. And it's real easy to say after the trade played, guys. People love to say it. You know, after this move happened, they love to say, man, you should have held this the whole way. But if this move would have been something more like this, and it came down, hit here, went like this, and blew out the top, you know, all of a sudden you look like a genius because you took your profits, got stopped +1, and the price runs. You know what I mean? Now you look like a genius. But since it came all the way down, you look like a moron because you didn't hold it long enough. No, that's bullshit, guys. You never look like a moron. All right? You did not look like a moron. You made money. Anybody who says you're a moron is the freaking moron. If you're making your profits and you're consistently making them, just means they're not. So don't let their bullshit get to you. Right, man? 200 a day, 2 accounts. That's 8 G's a month. Exactly, PD. So nothing to it. I mean, and that's what it's all about. Like I said, if you can consistently make any amount and consistently do it, that's all it's about. It's about nothing more than consistency. So if you can consistently make 100 ticks every day, great for you. You know, that's great. You're going to do great. You're not going to need extra accounts. You're not going to need to do any of these things. But if you can consistently make 10 ticks a day, you're still going to make the exact same amount as the guy that's making 100. Just saying. So, and I would venture to bet that the guy that tries to make 100 ticks every day isn't consistent. Just saying. Tough way to go about it. I burned myself yesterday by trying to hold. Left a couple 500 wins on the table for a BE trade. Yeah. See, Dennis, that drives me absolutely crazy. For me, I can't, like, if I take a trade and it goes to the stop, right? You get stopped out. It happens. You know, you miss, you know, sometimes trades stop. We'll go there. However, if I go into profit and this trade, you know, goes $500 into profit and then I get stopped, and I can't sleep tonight. That was $500 in my pocket. That was my money. That was mine. I got it. Right? So it's just all on how it sets with you. Very good, Paul. So, and how do you feel about this? Right? And some people, this tears them up, but you got to understand that this doesn't happen all the time. And that's the whole thing. You entered here, you got out here, let's just say, great. And now it's ran all the way down here. And now you say, okay, well, I got to hold my next trade. You really think the next trade is going to play out this way? People really believe that this is the movement you're going to get every time you enter a damn trade? You really believe that? Come on.
Yes, a lot of people actually believe that reality. That's why 98% of people fail. I'm including myself in that.
Yep. So, and I mean, that's where the problem comes in at. You're only going to get what the market gives you, right? That's it.
Mm-hmm. Those flips have been beautiful today.
Yeah. You even trade pro. Who you asking, PD? Here's another 29 ticks. Very beautiful.
Reality.
Talking to me? Yeah, I trade. I was going with the moment. I trade, PD. Paul can be part of this conversation, but what had happened, PD? What I used to do, just so we're clear, and I've tried to be better for the stream, better for you guys, but what I used to do, I used to jump on my chart here, and I used to just trade this, right? What I'd do is I'd just drop a pin, and I'd trade. And I was doing that in the very beginning. And what a ton of the viewers said was, oh, well, I'm just going to tell you, though. It's a logical question. Anyway, so I'd jump on there, and I'd drop a pin, and I'd trade. And what people said was you need to put on the, I don't know what you call it, P&L, whatever it is, right? So what they were wanting me to do was they were wanting me to, you know, set these trades up. So now what I'm doing is I'm trying to do this number to set it up before the flip ever happens, right? Because this would have been the trade we would have took. Essentially would have been the flip here, right? This is what we're talking about now. And then after all this, I had to go over and I had to try to get my entry. Figure out where my entry was. Come over to the pin, right click, drop my entry. And what was happening was I'd miss the trade. Time after time after time after time. I'd miss the trade because it's already ran. Yep. It's already flipped. It already ran. And I decided it was just too aggravating. I'm not going to lie. So, I do a lot more. If I have time to enter the trade, PD, I will. But I set the trades up for you guys so that you guys can take part of it. I feel like this is you guys' time. That's why I come here every day. I want you guys to be successful. So it's not a big deal to me. And yes, I do trade. I trade probably 4 to 6 trades a week, somewhere around there. So do I trade, you know, hugely like a lot of you guys? No, absolutely not. But I still take 4 to 6 trades a week, somewhere around there, which is fine by me. I don't need any more than that. It all depends on how you do it, right? Let's see it if somebody must have. how to look at it because it'll start dropping that chat in the thing. If anybody did ping me over here on the live trading chat, if I didn't answer the question, give it to me again and I'll answer. I can't scroll up on it because if I scroll up on it, it'll start dropping earlier messages back in the YouTube, on the YouTube chat there. It'll be the craziest thing you ever seen. And for once, I mean it. Almost back to be beautiful, Paul. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. There's the previous day low that we were just talking about that she could go down and tap today. And again, did it happen today? Yes. Is it going to happen tomorrow? You know, maybe. But then again, maybe not, right? That's a huge move, guys.
Yeah.
So you just can't expect that this is what's going to happen all the time. Now, when you're pulling your stop loss, depending on how aggressive you manage it, maybe you caught all this, right? I know I wouldn't have. Because I think we had... I might have. I would have been a little concerned right here, and this is the reason that I say I wouldn't have. With this being such a small bottom wick, I would have been a little concerned, and that is a 25 tick top wick. So you would have had to keep your stop loss 25 ticks out in order to catch the rest of this candle. It would have been tough for me to stay in this if it would have had a steeper bottom wick. It would have been... I wouldn't have been so concerned about it, and then this top wick I would have lived through and let it come down. But with that being such a small bottom wick, I probably would have tightened up my stop loss a bit as we came up here, and probably would have got tapped out here. In all actuality. I don't think so. I mean, not for red folder anyways, PD.
It's heading for that wick on the left-hand side. Should have stayed on. Dang it. Yep, there it runs now in the 15. Beautiful.
Yep, there it is. Come on, get that whole wick so I can take that off the chart.
Yeah.
Here comes previous day.
Are we not past previous days, though?
He said previous, so he's talking 2 days back.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Man, if I had stuck in my short last night and this morning, damn, I'd be done for the month. Oh well, I still came out profitable, so I'm good.
Yep, that's what counts at the end of the day. Like I said, the problem is you're not always going to get moves like this, and that's where the issue comes in at. And once somebody sees a move like this happen, then they try to expect that and anticipate the next move. And then what happens is you try to hold rather than securing, and you get stopped instead of taking profit, and that just doesn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? So if you're in a spot where you can manage it to where you take, let's say 200 first contract, and now you can keep your stop for your second contract super wide, why not? You know what I mean? If you're not going to lose money, go ahead. That's up to you. I don't care to do that because I don't like giving back, and I'm used to intraday drawdown. So again, that's something else that comes into the question as well, right? When you start talking about intraday drawdown, if you go into profit $500 and it comes back on you $500 and you get tapped out, you just put $500 on your drawdown.
Right.
So a lot of people don't think about that either. So if you go into profit $1,000 and it comes back on you and hits you at BE, you just put $1,000 on your drawdown. So you're $1,000 on drawdown. Even though you're in the green, you're still $1,000 on drawdown. And these are the reasons that I say that, you know, intraday drawdown doesn't bother me any. And the reason that it doesn't bother me any is because I don't mind securing profits. It doesn't bother me at all.
Ooh.
So there's 0.5 of the wick. Yep, wick's on. I just deleted that. We got a 0.5 there. We just tap. Let's see if we break below it.
Yeah, this is where ICT traders have their take profits.
Into this box. Okay. That's why I use micros with that. Yeah. Yep, and there's nothing wrong with micros either. Somebody get a bandage or a first aid kit. Yeah. What is surprising is this chart right here, Mr. Watermelon. I don't know if you're watching the stream anywhere, but it kills me that gold is dumping with Dixie. Dixie's dumping too. I need to set a fixed amount of contracts lot I trade with. This month I took one loss, which messed with my confidence, and the rest of the wins were half the amount I'd normally trade. Yeah, you do. You need a rule system that that you use the exact amount always, right? Yeah, I was just showing you what Dixie looked like, Mr. Watermelon, in comparison. There's our measurement, Ace, if you're still here. I don't know if you're still here, Ace, or not, but there's the box for that measurement that we took earlier. I don't think Ace is here. I think he must have left that earlier.
I was watching that. I was wondering what it was, and then now I know. It was my take profit. No.
It's also the bottom of a previous range. If you look over to the left, we've a range going from there from Monday the 10th. So we've been operating around this range as well. I'll just post it up on the chat. Yeah.
And this is what you guys are, you know, here's what we talk about too. If you never get into this, right? We came up, big move up, never tested the structure right here. And this is what we always talk about, you know, how price moves in comparison. So what you were looking at here was this kind of move right here. And here's how we continued to go up. And when you see something like this, you always have to realize that eventually we have to come back down here and test the structure before we can act ourselves back up or down or whatever it is we're going to do, right? So the move away here was a straight push away. Never came back down to test it. Never, ever, ever. Which is what we're doing right now. You know, right there. See? We never tapped it again. Now, tapping this range. We do next, if we hold above it, we'll start moving our way back up. If we pop inside of it, we're going to get some more sideways movement like this. Again, you can say the same thing here. Here's the next range. We never retested yet, you know. Moves always look the same if you blow this down, guys. The move down. Boom, boom. Then we got a nice move up to recover the move down. Thing. So where are we going to move again? Right here. Down here. We'll start putting these wicks on if we're going lower. Right? She's going to pop out of that range. Man, she is falling. What in the world? They feeling FOMO.
Somebody slipped her a Mickey.
310 on a fucking sim account. Oh,
yeah.
Jesus.
Beautiful. Beautiful, Paul. She is falling apart, guys. Don't get crazy though. Can it continue to fall? Yeah, by all means, guys. Not saying it won't, but be careful. Gotta tell you, this entry looks really good at the top of this box now. What do you guys think? That was not a bad entry, that gray box there.
if we can go back, by about an hour, that'd be cool. Try that.
Yeah, right?
Well, so what I should have held it, because it didn't, that first spike when I said it broke the 21, it wicked it, it didn't close it. But technically, I should have held on to it, but I didn't have the cojones to do it.
Yep.
I really got to talk to the wife about giving me my balls back.
Yes, Initian. It would have been absolutely perfect if that would have just gave you a top wick and not gave us a bottom to where you could have traded that flip. Absolutely. You are 1,000,000% correct. That would have been an absolute amazing entry. I know a lot of guys just took it because it was a box there. And they love to just trade those boxes. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. The wife trades those a lot. She'll see what I do up on my chart and she'll just take the trades. But, it is what it is. Some people are more risky with it. Some people aren't. So just depends on how you're rolling, right?
Boxes give a good visual. I love having boxes. The problem is I will screw up a wet dream if you give me a chance.
Yep, there is nothing wrong with that, Initian. Absolutely, absolutely. If you can make 10 ticks every day, like I said, you're in the money. If you can consistently do it, you're in the money. It's nothing. I mean, I realize you say haha to be funny, but for real, consistent 10 ticks is, I don't know what kind of money you need to make every day, but all you have to do is take that 10 ticks and compound it by entry size, account size, however you prefer to do it. And if you can consistently do your 10 ticks, then make exactly the amount of money you need. That's it.
I mean, Aiken will tell you that 10 ticks on 150 micros is a nice profit.
If I was doing it though, I would do minis, not micros, guys, because your commissions are too high. What do we got here?
Well, yeah, but we were talking yesterday. Aiken trades 150 micros. Like, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, you're better off to trade 15 minis if you're going to trade 150 micros. By far, it costs way less. You make the same amount of money and you pay way less contracts.
I trade 10 micros so I can close a partial of a mini. So,
Yep.
Like, I don't care as much about the fees right now as just getting profitable and getting funded so I can actually start, letting the bank know that I've changed careers.
Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with, trading 10 micros because you want to take a double TP. There's nothing wrong with that, but once you start getting over that amount, you know what I mean? Once you're to the point of going up to, 2 minis, that's where you should cut and just start doing minis rather than using micros anymore.
Right.
Because the commissions are so much worse. I mean, they really tear you up. They tear into your profit hugely. Which you're getting into, even I believe, I'm not 100% sure. I think it depends on the company, but I think 10 micros actually has more commissions already. So if you get up into like 15, 20 micros, you're way better off just running 2 minis. You know what I mean? If you're already trading about the same size, right? 110 is Taco. He says not 150, only 110. But you see what I'm saying, Aiken. You'd be much better to trade 11 minis than 110 micros. Just saying. You'd save so much money, man. So much money you'd save. Possible short. Short already played, Braden. Not saying you don't want to short some more, but we already... The short was here. Short was 59. You know, in those areas, that's where the short was, Braden, earlier. Everybody already made money off of it. That money goes to donation. Nice. All right. I think all the activities is so much nice.
Standard deviation, that next sell side is 29, is just above 29.01. So
it can still go down. Because of this range, Braden, but I'd be super, and I assume that's what you're talking about. You can't close below. I mean, it can go down still, but I'd be careful. We closed inside range. We tapped this area here. We've got no top wick. I mean, if you're short now, you're great, but it wasn't a proper setup or entry to be there. But if you're set, yeah. Yeah, okay. No entry, okay. And I mean, if you're already short, great. You know, manage it closely because you're probably only going to test the 0.5 of this range here. Then she'll probably tap back up. We're around that general area. Put a wick on this candle. We may put a wick on the other one to the side, but once we get down to this area here, she'll probably get a bit of a bump. We'll see. She may not. I mean, she just fall apart, so I'm not going to tell anybody not to short at all here in any way, shape, or form. I'm not taking it, but then people say, but look, it drove down another 300 ticks and you said don't short. No, short if you've got to set up an entry. I don't like it right now.
Somebody give Gold tequila because her clothes are falling off. Proud of myself. I did not try to buy that. I've killed myself trying to catch the bottom.
Yeah, definitely don't do that. Do not, if anybody is looking for a buy now, which could happen, do not just try too long, guys. Find an absolute reason. You want to go down like we did earlier and go down to the 15 in order to try to find a reason. By all means, you can try something like that, but do not try to long this thing just because you think it's going up. Do not do it. And to set up, find an entry. You want at least a 15-minute bullish candle of some kind. You'd like to see a close back in. Essentially the setup we saw earlier that I told Paul, you want to see something like this if you're going to long. So this is our range right here, right? Let's say this next candle comes up, does this number here. We get a wick on the 15. I'll go down to the 15 because I know you guys can't stand waiting for 30-minute closes and all that nonsense. But you want to see? You want to see something like this, right? How's that green not all the way up? Oh, you want to see something like this, right? Maybe even another candle down. Good with this one. Then you want to see your green candle come up, just like we did earlier. And that we saw something like this. The closure back in. Give us a wick here. Right. And then take the flip of that candle. You want to see the red candle come in, push down, flip back up and turn green. Obviously this looks green, but that's your candle to trade. That's what you're looking for. Cover the rest of this. Then you got green candles back up. But you can run it on the 15 if you want to, rather than waiting for your 30-hour, whatever you want to do. Same thing goes if this closes green here. You know, now you've already got the start of what we're talking about, because now you've got a bullish close. Find yourself a spot where now shorts come back in, because you got to understand, what are traders doing, guys? There's two different traders trying to trade this right now. And I'll tell you the ones that are already out, but let's go over it real quick anyways, just for fun. When this thing's been dropping, they're trying to buy up. They're trying to buy up every time this thing exhausts. So here's your wick. Here's your wick. That's them trying to buy up. Here's your wick. Here's going to be your top wick again. That's them trying to buy up. This bottom wick here, that's them trying to buy up. Okay, so you have the traders that are trading long in those areas, right? Comes down like this, comes down, starts doing this number. They're longing it. For the move back. Low time frame. This is what she looks like. She's making higher highs, higher lows, all these things they like to talk about that make everything so perfect. And they're buying that back up. Now, who's the rest of your traders? The rest of your traders are trend traders that believe we're in the downtrend. So what are they looking for? Big move down. They're looking for the retrace so that they can short this back down. So that's your two traders getting involved right now, right? So if people are going to start shorting it down, you want to see who wins here. So that's why we want a bullish candle, your bearish candle back down for the shorts coming in, stop losses where? Above the highs to go and grab them stops. Right? Prefer for the longs to be knocked out before this ever happens. But we'll have to see how these candles build first, right? That makes sense, I hope. Oh, Initian, you're leaving? Hold on. Missed something, guys. I'm going to get off for today. Okay. All right, Initian. Have a good one. I will see you tomorrow, man. Appreciate you showing up. Well, exactly what I said. That makes sense. All right. Also, how's everyone else doing? Sadly, I woke up late today. I think everybody's great because everybody's green today, Braden. Everybody's in the money. Absolutely great. That's what we like to see.
McDuck swimming in the swimming pool of gold.
Beautiful.
Except for Lost, he's looking at strippers over at NQ.
Oh man, you can't get off. He's addicted to that NQ. Told me, he says, I'm not going to trade anymore. Telling you.
Yeah, see, when I came here, I was joining rehab. I was trying to get away from that crazy bitch.
Oh man, it's your motivational speeches. Well, thank you, PD. I love it. That's part of what you need. All joking aside, part of what you need.
It gets hard to stay positive when you just get your ass handed to you regularly.
Yes. Yep.
Which is why you don't go for greedy strippers like NQ.
Oh my jeez.
Leave it alone. Not if you play poker like you've traded. You're holding too damn long.
Oh my jeez. Gold might actually grab the Wyckoff accumulation. Yep, could be. Could be, Mr. Watermelon. $131 players left out of 300. That ain't bad.
Never that.
it's early for you, Braden. It's early. Well, it's a little earlier for you too, Dennis. But Braden's like out on the West Coast. So it's super early for him.
I'd love to be on the Pacific time zone. Be done early, even if you're trading in the open. Have all day to go goof off.
Yeah, but
Ass on the beach.
look at how early you'd have to wake up, though.
I'm up that way. I'm up then anyways. I'm getting like, okay, so I trade 8 p.m. I trade the Asian Open because there's usually a good move on gold at 8, other than, you know, last night. But then I get up and I trade London, the London Open at 2 a.m. my time. And then I get back up and I trade the New York Open with you. So I'm up anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, that would mean I get to get done early.
Yeah, true. Yeah, makes sense.
I caught the majority of them last night, when it finally did hit, I wouldn't even be here today. I'd be filling my nuts in there watching TV.
my thing is I like to start, you know, for like, I mean, I definitely want to have all my TA done and be at the chart by, you know, 8. So that'd be super early for Pacific time. 8 here is what? It's like 4, right?
Not. Well, hang on. Are you Central or Eastern?
No, I'm Eastern. Yeah.
Eastern. Okay, it's 5 a.m. back there.
Yeah. So that's just.
But see, when I'm delivering stuff out there, like I get up and leave at 6 a.m. Eastern time. So like I'm up at 3. I live on Eastern time.
Yeah.
Like it just brain has to, because I log Eastern time. So, but my wife tells me all the time, she's like, I don't know how you do it. I don't even. Like, just sleep deprivation training from the Army. I've been getting up at, you know, no later than 5 a.m. since I, you know, was knee high to a grasshopper.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I only sleep for anywhere from 2 to 4 hours at a time. Like it's just natural. I wake up automatically.
Yeah, I like being on this time zone because I'm the same with New York. You know what I mean? So for NYSE, for COMEX, I'm on the same time. I kind of like it. I used to be Central, you know, because I'm from Kansas. So I was Central, and I prefer Eastern now that I'm trading. But Bitcoin.
I lived at Fort Riley for 3 years. Like we partied like rock stars at K-State.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Colder than Freewell is in Kansas.
Yeah.
There was nothing to stop the wind, so
when
it gets bad, it's 60 below.
Yep, that's one of the. I hate cold weather. That's one of my biggest reasons for being in Florida over being in Kansas by far. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't get the wife to go there. She's gonna suck it up and have a house in Puerto Rico when I start trading my personal account. But
yeah,
that's only gonna be 6 months a year, and it'll be, you know, get on a cruise ship, get back, be home for a couple of days, get back on a cruise ship. Like,
yeah.
So, and that's just for the tax purposes because there's no capital gains there.
Yeah, there's no capital gains in Florida either.
Oh, there's not?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Maybe. So, you know, keep off the ball.
Got no state tax either.
Yeah, I've looked at all the pictures. Yeah. Well, see, I'm in Texas, so like we've kept our residency here no matter what because of car registrations and no state tax.
Yeah.
So
house tax is going away now. DeSantis just said that he's going to get rid of home tax, so no more taxes on your house.
That would be nice.
Yeah, super nice.
Well,
they claim that
when you buy, I got to pay it every year too.
Yep, exactly. So I mean, I'm hoping that all these things are gonna come through. But we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I don't mind Florida. We've got good 2A laws, you know, we've got, you know, no state tax. It's not bad if you can get in, which I'm going to start, you know, finding some more opportunities to buy some more properties. But if you can get in, the housing market's about to crash. No matter what anybody tells you, that's where we're headed currently. Real estate's going to start going down. So would be a good opportunity here within the next year, you know, 2 years, something like that, to start hunting for some real estate opportunities, you know, and start purchasing. And I mean, that's going to be anywhere in the United States, but I got to tell you, it was super overinflated in Florida, and they're starting to really feel that squeeze now. So it should start coming down pretty well. I think it'll actually, I think if you were to ask me right now, and again, you can come back to this live stream in 2 years and say, in reality, you were full of shit. But if you were to ask me right now, I'd say that this crash is going to be worse than the one of 08 for real estate. So again, don't mark my word on it, just my feelings.
Inflation jacked interest rates so bad, it's not even worth trying to buy right now.
Yeah.
Interest rates down.
Yeah. Interest rate's going to be the hard part. You're probably not going to see them come down much. I don't expect inflation to come down any. I really don't. If anything, it could go up some more. But
yeah, well, it's going to take a while to undo all that.
Yes.
That was done from it raising.
Well, unfortunately, there's going to be more raised with the tariffs probably too. So that's not going to help much immediately. Like the immediate onset is prices are going to go up, things are going to go up, right? So that's going to make make things even a little tougher. But in the end, you know, it's risky. We'll see how it plays out. In the end, it may be, you know, a great thing. The biggest problem you have with the tariff thing, and, you know, you can argue either side of it, initially your prices are going to go up because everything's going to cost more. What people fail to understand about the tariff side of it is people believe that tariffs all of a sudden just, you know, charge all the other companies or all the other countries, and we're not going to feel nothing from it. And that would have been absolutely true if we were in, you know, the 80s, maybe even into the 90s some, to where the majority of the products that we have here in America that we actually produce and use our own things to make them. But unfortunately, in our current situation, there's most of the companies that were here have now moved overseas. So essentially what we need now is for them to come back. And I have a little trouble with it just because I've had businesses, right? And I think about it from the business owner side rather than just, you know, political side where people just say, hey, well, this is what it is or this is what it ain't. And for me, if I had moved my business to China, because that's where a lot of them went, right? So I've left America, I've moved to China. And what's the reasoning behind this? Well, the reason was because I could get everything done so much cheaper in China. So this is what I've done, right? And I can say, okay, so how many $1 million is it going to cost me to bring it back to America? Because now China is no longer, you know, they no longer have the upper hand because these tariffs were going to place on China. So I'm not gaining anything by doing business in China anymore, which is absolutely true. This is a fair statement. However, where the problem comes in at, and what nobody ever seems to take into consideration, is how long these things stay in place. So say it's going to cost me $10 million to move my business now to America. And that's great. And now I'm American. I've got an American business. Everything's going well. But what happens in 4 years? That's where the problem comes in at. Correct. So how many business owners are going to say, yes, I'm ready to make this leap? There has to be something more solid than Trump saying, I'm going to put tariffs in place, so therefore we're going to be on an equal playing ground. That doesn't mean nothing. I mean, it does right this second, but what does it mean in 6 years? Because these business owners have to feel secure in the fact that I want to come to America. I want everything American made. We felt this way in the 80s. We felt this way in the 90s. I remember, and I know you do as well, Dennis, because you're older, when Walmart had nothing made in the USA products, and they prided themselves this way. If we would have put tariffs in place, then this would be a whole different conversation. We'd have nothing to worry about. America would be the strongest country. However, there's not a thing made in America that isn't made with foreign parts. And that's the problem. Right. You can't buy a car without buying 95% Chinese parts to put it together here in America. So all these products are going to go up.
Corona from the Mexican side.
So, and that's where the problem comes in at. And I mean, will it work or not work? I'm not going to be the guy that says whether it will or won't, but immediately it's absolutely not going to work. It's going to drive prices up even more than we already see. And
I think the best thing about Trump is he's using those more as, seems like he's using them more as leverage to negotiate than anything.
Yeah.
So, like, are there going to be some tariffs placed? I bet money there is, but I'll bet there'll be a bunch where other countries will just play ball because they don't want the tariffs. So that's kind of my hope, anyways. I don't really care one way or the other. My plan is to make enough money that it doesn't affect me.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the whole thing. If you create yourself to be able to make money, guys, and this is exactly what it is. I'm going to answer your question here in a minute, Mr. Watermelon. If you create a situation to where you are making your money trading in the market, none of this shit bothers you, because at the end of the day, it's just going to make our markets move, which is absolutely great. So we're going to make money off of it, whether the economy crashes or whether it strengthens. We make money, and that's our financial freedom. So it don't matter what it does. We just hope it does. That's it. We don't care. I don't care. When I wake up this morning, I could give two shits whether Dixie goes up or down, whether gold goes up or down. Doesn't matter to me. I just want to be able to trade, whatever it is that it goes. And you say it's going to cost a lot, move manufacturing back to the U.S. So from the business side, it's easier to raise the cost to cover tariffs. Exactly. And that's what everybody's going to do, is put prices up. That's why prices initially will go higher. I'd love to see all manufacturing back in, America, and all these things be there. I just wish this would have been something. It's something that should have took place years ago. Sadly, not. I'm not going to say not now. I'm not going to say that it can't fix the situations that we're in, but I'm not going to say that it will either. There's no way of doing it. It's a very high risk strategy to try to accomplish the goal. Can it work? Yeah. Anybody who wants just football, you talk about Tomlin going for it on fourth. That's what we're looking at. If it works out, Trump looks like a hero. If it fails, they're going to say he's the biggest idiot that ever came up with a plan. So it's win or lose at this point. What'd you say, Dennis? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They're going to crucify Trump regardless. That's just the way it works. Well, it sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, he's doing what he's doing to try and make the mess of the last 4 years better. And here's the thing: I don't give two shits who's in office, as long as you put us first. Like I don't feel like the last administration did at all. Like it was the blind steering the ship. Like, and being in freight, I see it because interest and everything went up and cost all went up. But you know what? Nobody's paying me more for freight than I was making. They're trying to pay less.
Yep, exactly.
So we're trying to keep more money. Like, well, guess what? You know what? You don't have any clothes. I'm trying to make more money.
Yep. And Mr. Watermelon, it's not just you can hire one person at minimum wage and the United States for 3 in China. That is part of it, but it's not just that. It's also the fact of what it costs to operate in China compared to the U.S. And I'm not just talking about employees. It's everything. You don't have to have the same standards. You don't have to have the same insurance. You don't have to. I mean, it's nothing. You can produce at such a cheaper level in China than you can in the United States, just because all the rules, regulations, and everything else that we have here, just the same. You know what I mean? So everything from factory costs to property costs to, you know, regulations costs and what standards you have to set to, and your employees. I mean, it is everything, and that's the whole thing that you're fighting against. And should it have been different back in the 80s and 90s? Yeah, when we still had everything here, we put tariffs then to where now you say, okay, a Dodge, Chevy, Ford, right? All these things cost the exact same amount as any foreign vehicle. So your Kias, your Hyundais, even go as far as Honda, Toyota. If all these things are on the same playing field, you buy a case knife from the United States, right? You buy Craftsman tools, you buy Snap-on tools, and if they would have cost the same amount as your China-made tools and your China-made knives, because China had to pay tariffs to where it made it the same price, well, what are you going to buy? In the 80s and 90s, it would have been simple. There would have been no even thought about it. Obviously, you're going to buy American-made. You're not even going to think about buying the other. But that's not where it went. It went to where China kept getting better and better and better and better, right? And then America still had high prices. China had cheap prices, and their products continued to advance. So now their products are just as good as anything you can buy in America, but they're half the price. So what do you choose?
You're buying on.
So, hey Z.
Not to mention $1 per million won, or yuan, or however you pronounce it.
Yep. So Quantix production.
Here at 30,000 and live like a king in fucking Roatan, Honduras.
Yeah. Production costs iPhone $10 to $20. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so easy to mass produce these things and make all that money. But we couldn't make it for $10 to $20 here in America. I mean, the fact is just that. So Trump's idea, right, is since they can make it for $10, if we're going to make it for $100, then we're going to charge them tariffs that make their product still $100. But what that does, unfortunately, to our production here is now our production goes up. It doesn't level it. Because now our cars, if he's going to charge, let's just say a car. Let's just do an easy one, right? We're going to say if a Kia sedan and a Chevy sedan are compared, what he wants to do is he wants to raise the price of the Kia sedan so that it costs the same as the Chevy sedan. That's what everybody's taking out of this. But what you don't understand is 95% of the parts in the Chevy sedan are now raised. So now Chevy has to put the price up because they came from China. Our fertilizers come from overseas, so all of our foods are going to go up. There's a lot more to it than just, okay, we're going to compare this car to this car, or we're going to compare this to this, because there's no such thing as American made. That's the problem. If there was still such thing as American made, this would work. I mean, absolutely. Be greatest plan ever. But there really isn't.
If you can get pride back from the citizens in this country,
Yep.
that would help.
Yeah. Imagine that. Imagine that, Dennis.
Citizens that hate this country are like, that's part of the problem. You hate this country.
Yeah.
Like, I was raised in the Army, so like I like to believe I'm patriotic. Like, I still tear up when I hear taps or when I hear the national anthem. and you got all these people burning our flag. Like, come on, respect where you live at least. And they don't.
Yeah.
They're not going to, unfortunately. It's just that's
What
just
do
the
we
way
look
it's going.
up higher? I think looking for anything here, it's 11. It's 11. I am done with it right now, Kleb Joe. I want to see at least some range. Are we getting range on the 15 like we were talking about? Yeah, a little bit. This is what you were looking for. Remember?
Yeah.
So now you want a red candle down. Let's pull this off here. Now you'd like to see a red candle to a degree, and then a green candle up. You start trading in this area. If you get a close up here, hold on. Let me look real quick. Yeah, you can say that. If you can get a close back up in this area with a green candle, then you can look for a long. If you run a run off the 15, if you want to be completely confident, look for it off of the 30 Club Show. But right now, I'm just kind of waiting. I'd still like to see this 0.5 tested. So I'd like to see the lows broke one more time for the 0.5 tested before going back up, honestly. So that is my take on it. Does anybody have any questions, guys? I didn't even realize it was already 11. Much fun today.
See, you enjoyed us just so much that you forgot what time it was. We did our job.
Closing below with a wick. If it does wick up and flip to recover, is that a good setup? I mean, you can. Braden, my problem is you've got no top wick on the 30 either. But, I mean, you could try it. It's it's risky, but doable by all means. Like I said, I'd like to see it tap this 0.5, so that would be your wick recovery. How long is it going to take to do that? You know, there's a nice wick there. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not the worst thing in the world, Braden. Not, but we closed at the wick, right? That's the top of the range. We closed at the top of the range, so you want to manage it aggressively if you took that flip. I don't know if you've already took it or not, but manage it aggressively and TP1 and try to put yourself in profit as quickly as you can. Where you at? 24 ticks. You should have already TP1. And then drag your stop as price goes. Make sure to tighten up once you hit the 0.5 of current wick. Here. So make sure to tighten up your stop in this general vicinity right here, because you could get a pop back up to put on a top wick. So pull your stop tight here. Again, tight here when you hit the bottom, and when you push through, it'll probably be a quick push. So drag it with it as it goes into price. Makes sense? You're out. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. 28.96.67. Yeah, I don't know what spot. I don't know where spot is. Let me look at your up there. Yeah, that's 0.5, looks like. Looks like you might be about to the 0.5 that we're talking about. That's what I'm expecting too. Come down. Pull this wick and make a quick wick down and then maybe flip there. I agree there, Vel Context. 800 tick candle made a wick on the new close order, so I played it how I moved the break even. Yeah, what are the 800s doing? Yeah, your volume's coming back in. She came up, pushed up, contracts bullish the whole way. All your volume was up, jammed around. You might see the volume come in now and get some bigger sell candles in, possibly. I don't know. These are little candles, guys. There's no volume currently. There's not a lot here. It's stalled. So you are going to see people trying to long this. You know, once it stalls like that. But my thought is we'll come down, we'll test the 0.5, cover this wick, and then a whole bunch of volume will come in on the 800 tick. You'll see a whole bunch of black 800 tick candles spit out. That's what she should do here. In a minute, I need to get off here, but let's look at this for a minute. You should see them start spitting out. You're off? Okay. Have a good one, man. Appreciate you showing up. See you tomorrow. You'll see them start spitting out 800 ticks. That's how you know that your volume's up. Why? Because these are transactions. Each of these candles is 800 transactions, right? So, I do need to. Quick though. Watch 1 second. Expect it'll start spitting them here. And that's how you figure your volume, guys. You usually see it in these candles. You usually see it on 800 tick. See the volume start coming in. See, there's a pop to your bottom. Okay. See how it spit that wick out? Build. Yep. Ready for an appointment. All right, Lost and Voids. See you later. Oh, so that's how ticks charts work. Yes, it's transaction candles. That's why I say all the time, Klepcho. You can see volume without having to have any kind of volume or, you know, order flow or oscillators, or you don't need any of that. We know the volume's going to come in. It doesn't. And you know once these black candles start spitting out like this, these are transactions. We're coming in, you know. We're going to go down here. We're going to tap this. Once we break this wick one more time, it's going to push down. It's going to come out with a few transactions coming up because people are trying to long here. And then it's going to spit down right here into this wick and spit down here. You'll see it. It's going to happen time and time and time again. See it? Right there. Every time, guys. That's volume. That's seeing volume in real time. That's not watching some, you know, indicator that's lagged and you say, okay, now you can look at it and say, okay, well now I see the volume. Well, great. What does it matter now? Right? Just how I look at it, guys. Super easy. Super easy. We're actually going to get another push down. It's not going to hold this. It's going to go down and break fill that whole entire wick. So don't long. I mean, unless you got a good stop, because it's going to spit down again. Is that wick? Yeah, not quite there yet, is it? Yeah, we put that wick on. There we go. We did fill the wick. I didn't think we filled it yet, so you might be good. Wick is on. The only wick we've got now is the bottom, guys. So I think it'll spit down all the way to the bottom of this range. Okay. So what does the 800 look like? See? This is exactly what we were talking about. Super simple, guys. Nothing to it. Spit down. Continue to go. They were holding it for longs. Now they're running through them all. Real simple. Longs will continue to catch this. See if we can put the final wick on the side. I don't know if we'll make it that far or not. But yeah.
Took that sell side I had marked and -1.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
I wasn't in it. I'm just watching
yeah.
it right now. But
oh, gotcha. All right, guys. Hopefully that makes... Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. Everybody that took this sell right here, beautiful job, guys. Doesn't matter how much of it you caught some of it. The range was filled here again, I believe. Yes, we're there. Can we go lower? Yes, we can grab this wick. But that's your candles. That's your 800 tick. All easy stuff, guys. All right. I am going to pack it up for the day. Yep, absolutely, man. Absolutely beautiful. I hope everybody had a great day. I know everybody was green, so I'm super happy about that. Have a great rest of your day, guys. What's that, Dennis?
So if we can just stay that way, we'll be in good shape.
Yep, absolutely. Well, be careful with what you trade for the rest of the day. Like I said, we've made that big move down. That was your bang there. So she will build some more longs and could come back up into this area. Same thing. Now we're just at the next range. If you find a setup to trade back up, all means do so. If you don't, stay out of it. Make sure that you have a perfect setup and entry to get back involved. You guys know what you're looking for. All right. Have a great day, everyone. My phone won't stop ringing, so I guess I gotta run. Have a great day, everybody. And as always, stay consistent out there.